Oh,
We are tuning in. The Lord, how are you this morning?
good, dude. Just throw me in here. I wasn't backstage at all. All right. I'm good. How we doing? What do we got?
So we are
Jacob
tuned in.
Wilson versus Houston.
Yep, yep. And this is game 4. Jacob is down in this match 2-1.
Looking pretty good here.
Yeah. Have your pipeline punch.
Yep.
Pipeline punch, by the way, unwittingly sponsoring this Champions TCG product. They are official sponsors, but they don't even realize it.
Yep. Pay them a lot of money to be our sponsor.
Yeah. By the way, I want to hear in the Twitter comments, has anyone else even heard of this flavor Pipeline Punch by Monster? I've never even heard of it. Apparently, we went to New York. No one had ever even heard of it there. I don't even think it really exists.
It's the best flavor by far. I used to like the whites and then the pipeline punch.
Yeah, what does
I like
so we talked about this before. The Pipeline Punch is kind of like a fruit punch, but what is the whites? What's that flavor taste like?
it. I
Is
don't
it
even.
like the blue Gatorade with like, the frost, the
No,
glacier Gatorade? No.
Glacier Freeze. Yeah, and Pipeline Punch, the perfect blend of the best flavors Hawaii has to offer: passion fruit, orange, and guava, and then monsterized with a full load of our famous energy blend. It's not, yeah, it's different than just fruit punch.
So do you think that you would like to eventually acquire Monster once Champions blows up? Like, could you ever see yourself being like the CEO of Monster?
No, I'll
You know?
just buy this recipe in particular.
Yeah,
Buy the rights to that.
I like it. All right, Houston down to 14 here. We see a frozen slice. I call that slice on slice crime. Houston with 6 mana, facing a very formidable attack. We've seen so Jacob at the top of the screen, he's been playing the Snow Cubs. 4 mana, 4/8 with provoke. I know you know because you're secretly on that Snow Cub
I
train. I think.
was. I'm off now, but I was like grinding the leaderboards last night, and since Jacob his decks, then everyone else is trying it too. So I was just running into the double snow cubs a lot last night, but
Yeah,
I'm
but
on a
what
heater right now, so no, I'm just.
you're on a heater?
Oh yeah.
Nice, nice. And not what account is the heater?
Oh, they're both. I think hypnotics.
Hypnotics, yeah.
So I'm 10th and 11th.
Oh, okay.
One day this leaderboard airdrop's going to take the snapshot. So I just want to have two in there in the top 10.
Yeah.
And our game designer hates that. So anyone else out there who's doing double accounts, we're on to you and watch out, and we're gonna figure out a way to stop this. But this might be your chance to double up on some airdrops.
Yeah.
One and only chance.
Yeah. So yeah, we had a request from the Discord. They wanted to see the Ciora to deploy to all top 8 players. So not just 8 through 4.
They want the what? Oh, the Ciora.
Yeah, because I think some players were saying that when the Ciora they'd rather have that than the Berserker. So they're saying that he was saying I might bow out just to secure the Ciora.
You're gonna have to bow out. Yeah, we're not changing the rules. This might happen from time to time.
Yeah, I like it. I keeps people on the toes. I also like the rules changed like right before the tournament, which was kind of funny. But did you see that?
What was it?
with the mega patch, the new patch rules. So
Oh
Maz,
no,
Mazda pushed them, but then the players all said like, "Hey, you can't do that while we're in the middle of an event. Like we all built our decks thinking the rules were one way, and like we're about to go into the finals, and now all the rules are different."
I
And of
woke up
course,
to the that drama. Yeah, in the chat,
yeah,
everyone was yelling at
Mazda was
Mazda. So,
laughing. He's
yeah,
like, "Well, it keeps you on your toes, you know."
yeah, yeah. There's some major updates. So yeah, I don't know. If did he post them in the Discord, or does everyone know what's on the horizon?
Yeah, yeah, he posted them, and then the tournament players asked him to revert those changes back, and he did.
Yeah,
So,
yep. But like, I mean, probably once this event's over, we're just gonna run it again. So
yeah, I think that once the event's over, the changes will go live again. All right, so we see Slice come down, freeze that Ocho. Now we see another Slice, and it takes care of that. So 5 mana. Houston on
yeah,
6. Oh, he gets a massive stone fur there. That was big. That was his way back into this. He needed the stone fur right there.
and yeah, going forward, once this upgrade, like Earthquake's getting nerfed a little bit, or at least some counters are getting thrown in there with the buffs to hatch and stuff like that. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
what are some of these changes? Do you can you share some of them with us?
Yeah, there's a blog post in the Discord that I just saw Mazza put on there. But yeah, the one that like caught me off guard is the hatch. Loaded up on a shitload of eggs. So
Yeah, what's going on with Hatch? Is it better? Is it worse?
oh, much better. Yeah. So if you can't suicide an egg, like it can't attack, but if it gets killed by the other player, then it hatches into a random card of that element. So
Okay.
it still can play like normally. You can evolve it into one of your, something in your hand. But if it gets killed before you evolve it, then it hatches into like a random champion of
Wow.
that element.
I
So if
like
it, I was like, this is crazy OP, but yeah,
so
it's
you
kind
can
of
get a
like
purity.
you can get a purity. Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
if
I've
it got,
never been able to get a purity in a real ranked match.
the one I think is the most beneficial is the fire because there's not many fire champions. So you're like pretty much
Oh,
hatching into an inferno. So people
most
can't
likely.
afford these infernos and stuff. So now, it's a one mana card that you're if it gets killed by your opponent, whatever, it's likely going to hatch into a inferno or a combustion. So
Yeah.
watch out for
Would
the
you say that this is these eggs, like the fire egg right now is still like what, three? You just bought a bunch of them. Are they like 3 cents or how much are they?
like I think I bought like
You
they
bought
they
what?
started they start like 200 of them.
Wow.
They started out at 11 cents, and then I drove them 80 or 90 or something. Yeah, they're
Wow.
still reasonable.
Yeah.
And I mean, it might be OP, so it'll probably get changed like quickly after. But my initial thought process was like, holy shit, I'm gonna get all these fire eggs. But yeah, then the otherworldly effects are all coming in, and like I don't have a big enough brain to comprehend just by reading, so I have to like play to understand
Yeah.
crazy changes with the otherworldly, like some powerful stuff.
Somebody once told me the world was gonna. All right, Snowgaze comes down, Snow Cubs comes down. Zixt is throwing a wintertime party.
Oh wait, so I don't
And
even know if he announced the if otherworldly's in this or not, but we have been working on that, but I'm not sure if it's in this next patch.
so one of these otherworldlies I heard Immortalis. What's going on with the Immortalis? Because I've been on the it's a 9 mana otherworldly. It has to be good, right? Is it going to be good or what's going on?
uh I mean, yeah, like we're just kicking around some general ideas for them. But let's see where we are at with Otherworldly. It was let's see, or Immortalis. You and all of your cards are immune to all damage and all ability targeting. This card effect expires where we are at
It expires what?
after 2 turns.
Wow. Wow. So you get like a shield for 2 turns. That's amazing.
And yeah, we kind of like want to get some opinions on this beforehand. So we are asking Jacob Wilson and stuff. Yeah, he said we could try this effect. It's difficult to make 7, 8, and 9 cost cards playable. Be ready to.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
all on our toes.
yeah. I mean, I understand where Jacob's coming from. It's hard to play those 7, 8, 9 mana spells, but now that you've added this new ability to eggs, now you play those pink eggs, the ponks, and you could potentially evolve it into an Immortalis, get a Divinity Shield for 2 turns. I mean, that seems pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you have an Immortalis in your hand, you can obviously play it as you evolve, but it gets interesting when because how it's been with this patch is you see the eggs out there, you just kill the eggs. So like
Right.
literally no one's playing eggs, they never make it. Earthquake kills them, but now you have to be careful because you potentially could earthquake that egg into a purity or an immortalis, something like that.
Yeah. Or a turdy. We should do some achievement unlocked when you evolve an egg or hatch an egg into a turdy.
Yeah,
That'd be
we
cool.
can April Fool's Day, like we can just meme people and like make all eggs turn into like 3 turdies or something. So like you don't have to own these cards, so we could like put a little Santa turdy for like Christmas Day, like eggs.
That's awesome.
It doesn't even have to be in the game. Could evolve
Yeah.
into some fun stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a question for you. I had something come up on the tournament, I think it was yesterday. Uh you know how when a card with shatter dies, it becomes those 2 ice cubes?
Yeah.
Well, then it have you ever had the ice cube bounce back to your hand with the mech wing?
No.
Okay, because I thought, of course, like, well, this isn't a real card, so to cease to exist when it's in the hand, it just like evaporates or something. But no, the player got the ice cube bounced back to the hand and played it again. So I was thinking, okay, now I need to test this out. I want to see, like, does it cost mana to replay the ice cube? What does it cost? Because the normal ice cube costs 2, but
It definitely costs mana, I would think.
yeah, I'm sure it does. All right, we see a big battlefield here for Zix. Both players with 4 cards in hand.
Jacob Wilson from down to the winner.
Yeah, so Jacob had his back against the wall. He was losing 2 games to 1 going into game 4. And it looks like it's over. That's 11. And his opponent was at 10. So yeah, back against the wall, 2 games to 1, and he manages to win 2 in a row. And he is our first entrant into the finals. We're gonna tune in now to Jaden Global and Brodnick. What are you liking out on the sporting event horizon today? Anything catching your interest? Any
Yeah,
parlays that you think are interesting?
yeah. I've been following this one guy who's like supposedly on the cutting edge of AI parlays.
Oh
So
wow.
he's yesterday, but before that he was like 8 days in a row profitable. I'm gonna ride with him. One of his
Yeah.
plays is Curtis Samuel over 33 and a half yards and Bijan Robinson over 25 and a half yards. So I'll
Okay.
pass that one along to you guys. Let's see if it
Okay.
hits.
Curtis Samuel, 33 and a half yards. Huh.
Curtis Samuel is an eyebrow raiser.
Yeah. I mean, he could get one end around and take it 33 and a half yards.
33 and a half receiving yards.
Oh, receiving yards. All right. Well,
He's hit it 4 games in a row. The guy says so.
Yeah, and Sam Howell, the quarterback.
Sam, oh yeah,
Yeah, not only is he pretty good quarterback and he can sling the ball. I mean, it's you wouldn't be surprised to hear that he got 300 yards passing. Who are they playing?
the Giants.
Okay, yeah, so not exactly murderers row.
No, I think the Tyrod Taylor led Giants.
Yep, yep. Uh, so not only does Sam Howell sling the ball, but also, do you know who? Well, I know you know who's calling the plays for them. But would the average casual viewer out there be surprised to know that it's Eric Bieniemy? Eric Bieniemy of Kansas City Chiefs fame. Yeah, I want to ask your opinion about Eric Bieniemy. What
Uh,
was the opinion about him in Chiefs Nation? I mean, why did he leave? Because they've obviously been successful. Was it him looking for like a little bit more responsibility and not having a clear shot to the head coach position with Andy Reid there, or what was there some bad blood, or what's going on there?
no, yeah, definitely. He's a head coach candidate for a couple years. Wasn't getting any offers for some reason, and then surprising for him to take an OC job somewhere else. When Patrick Mahomes is your guy. Don't hear many people calling for him as a head coach now, but I'm guessing I don't know who is it, Rivera there. So Rivera probably doesn't have too much longer left, and then BME probably will step in there.
Yeah, but he didn't fall out of favor with Chiefs Nation, right? They still
No, yeah,
liked him
he
when he
loved him.
left.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're a young guy like Sam Howell trying to make your mark in the league, you have a guy like Eric Bieniemy calling the plays. Supposedly, he's a hard coach, like so he'll get hard on you, and he's not he doesn't create a friendly locker room atmosphere. He kind of you know, gets on your case. But some players complained about that, and Patrick Mahomes supposedly called those players out and said, "What do you like? What do you want, a cookie? This guy's like
oh, yeah,
Super Bowl
I
winning."
agree.
Yeah,
Yeah, like come on, this is the NFL, dude. Like that's the problem. Like you ain't winning games if you're, yeah, eating cookies
yeah,
and being friendly with everybody.
yeah, yeah. Come on, that's what he's paid to get results out of you,
Yeah,
you know. And so yeah, so I think if you're a young guy like Sam Howell coming into the league, I mean, I think he was in the league last year, but he only started a game or two. But you're looking to make your mark in the league, you have to be thrilled. And also, I've seen Sam, his demeanor. He says, "Yeah, I invite that kind of hard coaching on me. If I mess something up, I want to hear about it." And so I think it's a good fit for him in terms of trying to get them. And he's responded. I mean, Sam Howell's one of the better quarterbacks in the league right now. Did you wa-
maybe, dude. I don't know, dude. Sam
did
Howell
you
sucks.
did you watch him in college? Have you ever seen this guy, Sam
No,
Howell?
no.
He looks like the pizza delivery guy. He's not an NFL quarterback in terms of his body size or body shape. When I think of a quarterback, I think of like Ben Roethlisberger or something like that. Like someone who's like 6'3" or above and can see over linebackers. Sam Howell, I think he's like 5'11" or something. He's
Yeah,
like Russell Wilson. Like he's like a stocky Russell Wilson, but not as good, not as athletic. But he's got an arm supposedly.
yeah. They just got some trouble down there in Washington.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, what do we got going on here? Jaden Global. That's a name that I've been seeing uh, around the last couple weeks. Where did he come from?
Yeah. Well, we have some, as we've been alluding to, we have some plans in the works to build out a very large tournament circuit with some serious prizes, upwards of tens of thousands of dollars for the prizes at the end of our uh, tournament of champions. And this is a name, Jaden Global, that you are going to be seeing hitting these leaderboards because, yeah, he right now he missed the Gen 1 drop, so he's really effective in these Gen 2 events because that's the card pool that he has access to. But he's coming in the very first event that he played. He took down Oot in the finals.
Really.
You know, really skilled player. And yeah, not sure how he found out about the game, but you know has been, you know, cracking the packs, getting a solid foundation of Gen 2 cards, and he's taking it to tournament success.
Nice.
Brodnick,
Yeah. Taking down Oot.
oh yeah, first tournament taking down Oot, like
He doesn't even realize what he's done.
no. Oot's one of those players when I play against him, I just feel like I'm all the time on the edge, you know.
Every time I play against Oot or like somebody that's up there, my combustions just backfire me in the face every time. Like it's like an 80-20 the other way. I just like hate, like, and there's, you feel like it's like it'll change like depending on like when if you hit it real
Yeah.
quick. So you just like put it in there and you're just like, please, like I need this. Like
Yeah. Yeah,
games,
you know,
it just bashes you in the face and you're like, great.
oh yeah, you get the ultimate feel bads when you're already playing against a player like a world number one with Oot, and then you have your own you know, randomization go against you. It's like you just feel like you're getting like the dirt thrown on you. You're like, I'll just climb into the grave myself. Why even wait? Like, just start filling the dirt
That's
on
the
top of
game,
me.
man.
Yeah, yeah. Oot, and his name doesn't make any sense. The first time, you know, like I don't know, triple U, triple T, what is that all? I don't, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. The first time I saw him, I thought he was just like a troll or something like that. Like all right, we got. I hadn't seen his him playing in the standard or the ranked or anything like that, and yeah, he went undefeated for I think the first 15 or 16 weekend tournament events. He won them all. He won our previous leaderboard top prize, which was the Golden Pong, currently listed for $43,000 on the marketplace. And then he's the current number one in the ranked events now too. So, all right, we see Brodnick taking that game down. Brodnick, another player that you know that he almost pulled five daily $50 events in a row. I was gonna
Really.
say if yeah he hit four. The only one he missed was Friday,
Is
and
that
he
like
made
the
like the
Grand Slam or something?
I think so yeah. If you can do all, imagine like you do all
And the
five
weekend.
daily
Like who's
and
the
the
first
weekend.
one? We should put a
Yeah,
bounty on that, like a
yeah,
thousand extra dollars if anybody like nails
yeah,
all of them.
yeah. Let's do it. Or we could even do something bigger than 1,000. Like maybe we could do $3,000 or something.
Time for monster number two. All right, let's yeah, go through these abilities. Yeah, so hatch eggs now cannot attack and they transform into any random card of that element when it dies. You do not need to own it. Eggs can still evolve from cards in your hand that match the element.
See, I think that that's really cool.
It's a good, interesting way to, yeah, like block, earth counter earthquake. So I like it. We'll see.
Yeah. And
Provoke. Oh, yeah.
also your opponents can't just leave your eggs out there. Like, you
Mm-hmm.
know, they can't because they're gonna,
Exactly.
you know, you can evolve them into something that's in your hand. So it's not so you have no
Like a
you play an
guaranteed.
egg, there's no good option. You just
Yeah,
have
I
to
mean, the plays
suck it up.
definitely kill them
Yeah, I
because it's
think kill them,
likely
but
going to evolve into something, a Sugma or, something shitty.
yeah, but the thing is that that you know even just killing them, that takes one attack away from you, you know? So like they're good defensively because they force your opponent to kill them. You still get a creature out of it when they kill them. And yeah, I think it's just all around a very cool mechanic, and I like the fact that one of the things you can do in a digital game that games like Magic, Paper, and Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon they can't do with the paper versions is take advantage of getting a random creature from the game.
Yeah.
Magic can't do that. So it takes advantage of some of the unique parts about being a digital card game.
Yeah, I think it's also good for the issue of like people not being able to afford a Scorchwing and a Flammy, So now for one card, like I guess you can suicide the egg yourself. So like you can't attack another opponent with it, but like you could throw an earthquake out there, kill two of your eggs, and then if they're two fire eggs, like potentially get some infernos in there. So I think that helps as well.
So if these new changes get pushed today, I want to just build a max eggs deck. I want to put the whites, the bruns, the
Yeah,
perps, the orange, the bonks, the blues, and the gruns. Right. So what? That's 7 eggs so far.
yeah.
You play 2 of them, so that's 14 cards. So I want to try it out. Just
Get
see. All right.
14 on the board at once, and then one earthquake.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
All
the
right.
other thing is they only cost 1 mana, so like,
Yep.
it's not like you gotta commit a lot of resources to get them on the battlefield.
Mhm.
The thing is they can't attack, which that's kind of cool too. I like that. Do you
Then we
remember the
got.
old what?
Oh, nothing. I was going to work my way down the update, the abilities.
Oh yeah, well I was gonna just really quick ask, do you remember when Bless used to, instead of +3/+0, it gave +2/+2?
Yeah.
Old school, man. All right, yeah, go ahead, work down some of these abilities. Let's
Provoke.
talk through them. Yeah.
Force ability targeting to target this as well.
Okay, so that would be like, if you,
Whirlwind,
yeah, whirlwind it, or what about like a
combustion,
life bloom,
life
combustion?
bloom. Oh yeah, I wonder about life bloom on your opponent. Yeah.
Is it
Interesting.
force that too? Yeah,
I don't
what
know.
if there's two provokes? I guess you could pick, right?
Yeah, probably.
Or bless? Yeah, I mean makes provoke way better.
Yeah. Um,
Provoke I would say is on the borderline. It's not super good, so
no.
giving that a little boost is good, I think.
Guard. Now you can target your guard cards with abilities, bless, etc. Opponents are still prevented from targeting it.
Okay, so guard got a boost, and guard was. So I wonder if these Grimzilla's a pretty good card, and if it
Yeah.
just got a boost like that, I think they're gonna see a little spike. So hey, if you're listening right now
Baba and a Grimzilla now.
and you want to get a little bit of an advantage on the rest of the Gen 2 marketplace, these abilities haven't gotten pushed yet. Take it from your boy right now, Brett. These Grimzillas are going to go up at least in double in value, I think. Especially if we're running the Gen 2 tournaments, because what's the other card that's good in with guard? That's a Gen 2 card. Isn't there a cheap one? Wormy. Wormy's pretty good, right?
Wormy's all right. I use what Psy. What's the big Psy? The Psy whatever. Not Psy Mists. Or is Psy Mist the big one or the small?
Synami.
Yeah, Psy.
Synami's the one with the provoke.
Oh, that's Provoke. Yeah. Yeah. Guard. I
So
guess
there's
it's
one that has guard.
Grimzilla. Yeah, I don't know the other big guard cards. I haven't been playing them too much.
Yeah, guys, go out, get your Grimzillas, get your Grumbles,
Yeah,
because
but Grumble, dude, gets wrecked by Fangs
yeah, that's true. That's true.
because it ignores your little shield, kills you right there with a little 1 mana. I love taking out the Grumbles with the Fangs.
Is there a better feeling in Gen 2 than taking out a Grumble with a Fangs? I was asking that earlier. Is that the best? Maybe a
Yeah,
Hydroblast.
yeah,
Hydroblast on like a Mortalis feels pretty good too.
yeah, yeah. I mean, Hydroblast is a good one, but no, like Grumble, just ignoring that little shield that they got.
It's the
Those little
best.
weasels coming out there.
It's like you just feel like, why did you even wake up today? Like,
Yeah,
did you even realize, like,
yeah,
like your opponent, like, even though your opponent is just like what, you start questioning life choices when your opponent kills your Grumble with their fangs. You're like, what am
just
I
cost
doing
them
with my
one
life?
mana. Their Fangs is still out there. Like it's just
Yeah.
a
I'm just a
all around.
joker. I'm
Yeah.
just a person who pretends. Like this is what am I even doing? Yeah, it's the
And
best.
then we got earthquakes getting changed, so now it's random damage from 2 to 3 damage per card. So
Okay. Well,
not just a flat 3.
that's good. I like that. But I want to ask you one quick question. So, what do you think about the psychological advantage, right? Because in face to face, like if these events were digital and you're sitting across the table from your opponent, you're playing on like an iPad or something, you can like stare into your opponent's, give them like a. But what do you think about the psychological edge when you're playing against someone digitally? Can you still maintain the digital psychological edge?
Yeah, once we start adding in like emotes and stuff, and you can just like
Mm.
laugh in their face and stuff, like right after, or like put a big thing on the screen.
You're
We can
right.
do
You're right. You know what? This should be a topic of one of the upcoming blogs. I want to see a blog about how to maintain a psychological edge in a digital environment. I think that could be cool. You could even build like a university study around that, right? Like
Yeah,
I could see like the University of like Wyoming wanting to do like an esports study around how to, the psychological edge in a
I
digital.
mean, it's just like still happens without any of it. It's just like Oot has a psychological advantage over me. Like
He does.
I'm playing against him. Like I don't know what's going on over there. It's just like, yeah,
Yeah, but do you ever think that you make play mistakes when you have that psychological edge? So if you build the edge against your opponent, can you force them to make mistakes because they just think, why even play this? I know my opponent's gonna hide blast anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, I wanna
Berserker now buffs 4 attack when damaged.
4 attack when damaged. Okay, great. Yeah, so
So
that's
from
pretty
2 to
good.
4.
So knife is knife a berserker or what? That's a
Yeah.
soul reaper, right?
Oh yeah, Knife Soul Reaper. Yeah.
Okay. So what are the good berserkers? Let's try and give our
Um,
our audience a heads up
yeah,
on
the
which
one I
which cards
was.
have gotten steals
What was the one
snagged
I
from
was running
September.
there for? Oh, it was
Oh, Smacky.
Smacky. Yeah.
Yeah, because Smacky evolves out of Speedy, which Speedy gets
Yep.
played in tournaments. So yeah,
Smacky.
and Smacky's health is 8. So
Yep.
that's another card that could make Hydroblast a little bit better because if people start playing Smacky more, and the
5
Snow
8.
Cubs, and the
Yeah.
Gnarlers. All right, so
Um.
so
Yeah.
yeah, so Earthquake changed to randomly 2 or 3. Does Earthquake still not hit the card that creates the earthquake? Like,
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't know. I
okay,
did
good.
ask about bringing that back though.
Yeah, I
But
like that. I like that it doesn't hit itself. All right, so Berserker's up to 4. What other effects are new?
regrowth now buffs your cards for 3 life.
Okay.
Fortify card enters the
So,
battlefield with additional life equal to 3 times the number of cards on the field.
okay,
Enemy
all
cards in the field.
enemy cards. Okay. So
Holy
so
shit.
wait, say that one again.
Cards enter the battlefield with additional life equal to 3 times the number of enemy cards on the field.
Okay. Okay. So if your opponent has 2 cards on the field and you play a 4/4, it becomes a 4/10. Wow, that's great.
That's yeah. What's the Digga?
Digga? Yeah.
Digga's a 1 mana, but I guess it's just to attack. What's the Diggly for Stone
Yeah.
Claw, Rhinosaurus, or Rhinosaurus?
Well, think about one of the cool things about this fortified now that it buffs it so much. You could do like a Diggly that or a Digga that you can Psybeam. So your opponent has 4 cards on the board, right? So you play a 1 mana Digga. It gets plus 12, so it becomes a
Yeah, that's
1/13.
crazy.
Then you
Yeah. Oh, a
Psybeam
two
it.
13. A 2/13.
2/13, yeah. That's
Yeah.
nuts. So Fortify got a major buff. That's great. Um, Regrowth. One thing I want to go back to, you mentioned Regrowth. Also buffs the health, so that's cool that we're seeing a little bit more love for the buffing the health of the entire board. But one thing that was made Regrowth a little bit weak was that Earthquake dealt 3 and Regrowth only buffed by 2. So, like double Earthquake still ends up being like a negative. Whereas now, you could potentially Regrowth stay like if you start Earthquaking some Regrowth cards,
I
you can
like, yeah,
potentially, yeah,
regrowth.
yeah, Regrowth looks good.
Okay, fortify. That's crazy. 3x. So yeah, just two cards out there. You're getting an additional 6 health potentially on like turn 2 and 3. Windseeker draws a card if no evolution was found in your deck. So now you play the Windseekers like agreed, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, I like that. So that's
Um,
not that big of a buff, but it
no.
does give a little bit extra. But Windseeker was already very good, so maybe you only need a little bit extra.
Yeah, it doesn't give you the two drawn cards, but yeah, definitely better. Retribution now deals 4 damage on death to the enemy field. That's a
4
good one.
damage. Okay,
That's
so that seems OP.
yeah.
Uh, yeah. Now I might have to
I
spec.
see you
I'm
clicking.
opening up the marketplace right now, dude. Because the Guaints, I want to see how much they are. Because the Guaints is a 3-mana retribution card. Let's check out how much the Guaints is trading for right now.
Retribution. So you mean Guayans?
Guaints, yeah.
Guayans, Gua King, Ladesia. Ladesia's the one. A
Yeah,
3 mana.
Ladesia.
Because and then also with all of these other buffs, evolves into the Dizel for your Psybeam. So
Yep.
it's likely going to be a popular combo.
Yeah. And also, that's the only card in the whole game that evolves out of its element type into another. Did you
Interesting.
realize that? Yeah, so it evolves from light to dark.
The collector's value.
Yeah. The
All
collector's
right.
value, and also a little bit, you know, as we move into the Halloween season, evolving out of the light into the dark.
Yeah, maybe we're throwing Ladesia in for this next weekend. Both of those for the tournament.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Soul Reaper +1 attack and life.
Okay, that's good. So that cuts a little
Yeah,
buff
so
as well.
the knife, yeah, makes the knife a little more playable.
Yeah.
Zap triggers when it enters the battlefield. Nice. Zap needed some help. I like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait, triggers when it enters the battlefield in addition to attacking. So
Okay, so it does both.
Zap is like a rush now.
No. So Zap will trigger when it attacks or when it enters. So
Oh,
it
yeah.
just gives it
Oh,
one extra
yeah.
Zap. I wonder if that's gonna boost Zap.
Does Zap hit 2 cards or it just hits 1 card? Random.
One card randomly.
All right, that's all of the ability buffs. So should create some fun over the next few days while everyone's figuring these out.
One thing that I wanted to mention to you that I think I figured out how to get the game champions onto the Twitch platform so that when users are streaming
Yeah.
Twitch, they can indicate they're playing champions. Yeah, so it's a website called giantbomb.com, and
Okay.
you have to submit it through there. So it's now submitted. It does go through a review process, but hopefully
All right.
that will be live here now pretty soon. So yeah, I heard that there may be something going on in the realm of Ordinal's wallet with a Gen 2 launch. Is there any details about that, or what's going on with that?
Yeah. So they said it was after offers went live, and I think I saw a tweet from them yesterday that offers went live. So
I did see that
potentially,
offers are live. Yeah.
potentially, and I guess that being said, I also did. I hear that offers are live on Hand.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that. Okay, look. So really quick, I just want to tune in here because this is a major moment in the game. So we saw a wow, Brodnick with no cards in his library takes 10 and the game's over.
Wow.
Jaden Global comes all the way back and he needed a stone fur on that turn and he ripped one. That is why you wake up on your Saturday to play Champions of Otherworldly Magic.
Nice.
Yeah. Sunday, geez, I'm not even remembering what day it is. Wow, oh my god. All the way back, Jaden was at 3. Comes all the way back, and I think that puts
Nice.
Jaden in the finals. And
Really, that was the
Jaden will be the opponent
versus
for
who?
this versus Jacob Wilson.
Jacob Wilson versus Jaden.
Yep, J versus J.
Wow.
It's J on J. Oh wait, you know what? That was game 4. I
Okay.
apologize. I thought it was. I thought it could be game 5, but I think that's game 4. So this is the rubber match here.
All right. I have to. My employees just got here, so I need a break for 15
All
minutes.
right,
I'll be back here for the finals.
all right, sounds good. Bye bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies uh for the false start there. Yeah, I thought that was game 5. My apologies. But we are watching semifinal action between Jaden Global and Brodnick. We just got the download from the Coom Lord himself on what's going on with the new abilities. If you haven't gotten a chance to go out and check those out, they're in the Discord. I believe they're posted live to the Discord right now. It will change some of what's being popular in tournament play in the secondary market. So if you can get yourself over to the secondary market, maybe you'll see some good deals. Retribution, one of the big ones there. Retribution dealing 4 now to enemy cards. That seems very, very powerful. Because again, like when Earthquake is getting slightly nerfed. Okay, we're seeing Jaden Global with 10 cards in hand. When Earthquake is getting slightly nerfed, the ability to just deal 4 to everything, that just seems so good. Also, Grimzilla coming back in place, coming back as a strong guard card. It's another one that you could be looking at maybe speccing on in the market. Ladacia, only 52 cents right now. Could see a bump up all the way to maybe 70 cents or something. We see Snowgaze coming down from Jaden. And as we saw yesterday, Brodnick has the ability to present a very aggressive strategy. Jaden really well positioned for a game that goes long with these 11, 12 cards in hand right now, but Brodnick, maybe his best chance is to try to pressure that life total. Unfortunately, he does take the opportunity to attack the Snow Gaze for 3. It is a good play, wise when you can get rid of an opponent's creature for free to do so, but since you didn't kill the Snow Gaze, it's a little bit closer to a 50-50 call. See Frossetti come down and then Snowbeak, cleaning the Speedy up. Now back to Brodnik. 7 cards in hand, 6 mana at his disposal. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Brett Banffy for tuning in with us on your Sunday for Champions TCG Top-8 tournament coverage in our $500 free to enter weekend open series. We are witnessing our Generation-2 tournament format, the 11th tournament of the year. We host them every weekend and $50 free events on the weekdays. So make sure you check out our website, championstcg.com. Packs are live and available for sale on the website. And as well below that link, discord.gg/championstcg gets you into our Discord where you can join our organized events for free. I believe we are on 8 mana here. Mechwing coming down. Returning, I believe, that Ignisteel. Of course, you want to replay the Ignisteel, but, you know, if it does end up backfiring, crushing loss of tempo there. Not only did you have to respend the 6 mana, but you also dealt yourself 6 damage. But the flip side is that when it does come down and work, just as that Firon is able to successfully combust the berry, is a very effective Sorry about that, everyone. Just lost my connection there for a moment, so we are back now. Apologies. And we see the fangs take out the Ami. Followed by a Boopa Snoot. Brodnick at 38, Jaden at 42. Just how the game has been going, I kind of have to say I like Jaden's chances here. That Woofa is quite a formidable attacker as a 3-mana 4/5 with the shield. And the Boopa Snoot, you have to wonder, is that going to evolve into an additional Woofa? Jaden taking the time to think about how to proceed with this next phase of the game. Jaden is on the top of the screen. We see that he currently has a Ocho and a Fyron on the battlefield. Ocho as a 6/6 with Rush. Gets an attack in for 4 with the Fyron. And an attack for 6 with Ocho. So that's an attack for 10. Fangs comes down with the curse. Removes the Ami. And finally Mecha Wing, returning his own Ocho. We've seen some of this play championed by Brandon C. This is the strategy where you whirlwind your own rush card back to your hand. The reason being that you prevent your opponent from attacking it for lethal, allowing you to get an additional rush attack in. So Brodnick can look at his life total effectively at 22 because he knows there is an Ocho in Jaden. Magma Claw comes down. It takes out the Fangs, but leaves the Fyron. Luckily, it does leave itself. And we see that Boopa Snoot evolve fully into the Woofa. Fangs cleans up the Fyron that the Magma Claw could not. And now a pass back, I believe, or likely to be a pass back unless we see a Boopa Snoot out of Brodnick. With the attack for 4 and then the pass back. So both Woofas for Brodnick, still with their Aegis shield, the Divinity shield that prevents from losing any health in the first damage. Down comes Stonefur, down comes Baba, blesses the Mechwing, attacks it for lethal on the Woofa, and Ocho cleans up the next Woofa. But we have a follow-up Stonefur, and we are in a race situation now. Stonefur against Stonefur. Brodnick with an Ocho of his own, taking out that opposing Fur and passing the turn back to Jaden Global. Brodnick at 28, Jaden at 38. We are moving into the very late portions of the game. The middle game trailing behind us in the distant rear view. And Jaden, on the ever-important turn here, needs to begin to pressure Brodnick's life total, but doesn't want to fall behind to this attack on the crackback by the Stonefur and the Ocho. How to deploy this? Beginnings with a Stonefur, then a defensive blizzard on the opposing fur. So we see the Ocho falling down into the cracks of the earthquake, never to return again. And now, again, Jaden Global putting Brodnick on the ropes with 11 attacking power on board, 3 cards in hand, and still has plenty of gas. Mechwing coming down, and we see a Gnarler on the battlefield. This is a very dangerous creature to get rid of, but the cleanest answer in the game, Jelly. Jaden's been saving that Jelly with the Hydroblast for such a case as he could use it on a Gnarler and then his own Frostwing. We're starting to see Jaden Global turn the corner and stake his claim to that finals berth, playing again for this beautiful tournament edition Snow Gaze. Take a look one more time at this after between our rounds here. Gobby comes down, draws 2 cards. Stonefur comes down, cleans up the Jelly. Frostwing can attack for 8, but now Brodnick able to crack back for 9. Of course, when that Frostwing dies, it does have the Shatter ability. We know that the Cryo Slice was in Jaden's hands. That was returned by the Mechwing on a previous turn. And again, Jaden staking his claim, saying, I want that Snow Gaze. This is my finals match to take. This is what the players are playing for. In addition to the $500 in tournament prizes, we see that beautiful Snow Gaze in the middle of the screen. Let's take a look back at what's going on in the game action. Mechwing comes down. I believe it returns the Frostwing. We see Ignisteel dealing 6 to Cryo Slice and dropping a Boopa Snoot. I don't believe there are any Woofas left in Brodnick's deck, so we know that is just a 2-2. With the shield, Ignisteel, very tricky and dangerous combustion there, but goes for it anyway. Jaden is showing no fear here. We see a Cryo Slice come down and a Grumble for Brodnick, passing the turn back to Jaden on 5 cards in hand with a frozen Ignisteel. Jaden still on the back ropes. Brodnick not backing down. Brodnick with 13 attack on board. That is a 3-turn clock. Jaden needs to answer those cards. How will he do so? Importantly, Jaden with 5 remaining in library compared to Brodnick's 6. That could change the math as players begin to lose life as they draw from an empty library. Very clearly, Jaden wants this finals appearance. He is giving everything he has. Down comes the Frostwing. We know that was in his hand because the Mechwing put it back there, and Snowbeak attacks for 4. Your turn. Go, sir. Can you beat my Onslaught army right now? 18 on board for Jaden. Brodnick cannot pass the turn without dealing with these creatures. Cryo Slice can attack profitably the Ignisteel, and we see the Grumble can attack the Snowbeak, but there is no answer yet for this Frostwing, dealing a very menacing 8 attack and right out of range of the Hydroblast. But look, Cryo Slice at the perfect time comes down, freezes that Frostwing, and now we could even see an attack for 2 by the Boopa Snoot. In surprisingly, Cryo Slice choosing to attack the Frostwing. I was not expecting that, to be honest, but it could turn out to be the right play. Somehow Cutie Bug comes down and Life Blooms the Cryo Slice so that Jelly can answer it cleanly. Speedy comes down. Wow, we are seeing some very creative play from Jaden Global. And now the board is clear. Necrobear, a very powerful card, but look, Only 2 cards left in Brodnick's library. He will begin to start losing some life. He needs to become the aggressive deck immediately. There is no turning back now, and if he takes an attack for 4 by the Cutie Bug, looks like no. Instead, the Ice Eagle freezes the Speedy. Cutie Bug attacks it for lethal, and now we see a double 8/8s. Necrobear going to be able to dance for 8, and it looks like 16, 20 attack on board. I think both players really trying to carefully map out and navigate the Glissetti, a very strong card right now. That was Brodnick's last card in his library. He will need to kill Jaden Global with the cards that are remaining in his library. I think he just realized this. There's an attack for 6 from Ocho. Its life totals are even at 18. And here we see 14, 18 on the board by Brodnick. So wow, Glissetti. Looking at an opposing board, he can attack and kill this Ocho. He would take 12 on the crackback. We know that Brodnick has no cards in library, so there is 1 card in hand. But will that be enough? Both Gnarler and Grumble have the Aegis Shield, so they will not die the first time they take damage, even if that is lethal damage. Also importantly, Jaden, 2 cards in hand, 1 card in library. So he has the Glissetti, a very powerful card, can shatter down into those ice cubes with Provoke. But he has 3 more cards, and it looks like Jaden is saying, I will race you here, sir, because he has the Ice Eagle. So now, if this card is a... Wow. Game is over. The turn has passed back, and Jaden Global, by the slimmest of margins, moves on. We are rejoined by the Lord himself. Lord, what is going on? What did we just witness there?
I don't know. I just caught the tail end of it. It looks like Jaden put the brakes on again and took out Brodnick.
Unbelievable action, back and forth. I mean, this was better than badminton, better than ping pong, better than the Serena Williams. We're seeing true back and forth Champions TCG action right now. What's your thoughts on badminton?
Badminton's fun. I haven't played since like gym class, high school, but yeah,
It's a good one to play in the summertime, crack,
yeah.
pop up a little badminton net. All right, let's see what's going on. I want to see if that was game 5. If it was, yes, it was. Pulled those
Jacob
last 2 out
Wilson
of base.
versus Jaden Global.
Yeah. Those games were insane. Those are the words directly from Jaden Global. I think we all are feeling the intensity of those last few games. Wow, Global. Unbelievable. Let me know when you're ready to play. Jacob Wilson calling him out, saying, let me know when you're ready to play. I'm ready. Are you? Do you think there's some psychological, you know, things going on there when Jacob Wilson is saying, let me know when you're ready? Because I was born ready. That's what it sounds like he's saying to me.
Definitely. Jacob Wilson's been doing this a long time. He
Yeah,
knows
I
what
noticed
works.
I noticed that you know, Houston and Brodnick, they're moving into the runner-up match for 3rd place for the $50. But one thing I noticed when Houston was playing against Jacob Wilson, he was creating the game and naming it naming it after Zix. So he's saying, "Come to me. I'm the creator here." And Houston, I don't know if you've ever played him, but he plays very fast. So, kind of again going back to that psychological edge that you can build on your opponents, playing quickly, giving them a lot of difficult decisions to make that they, even though you get some, time on your clock for your turn, oftentimes it's not enough. You really have to carefully think about all this stuff. How about what's your feeling on chess? Are you a chess player?
Uh, yeah, no, I like chess. I enjoy like watching it and stuff. But no, I suck, dude.
Yeah.
Just hate. Yeah, you go in there, you just get beat down. Just like I don't have the time to spend to get better.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like watching chess as well. So I got into chess, funny story, through a Magic player called Stanislav Sivka. And back when Champions TCG first came out, I reached out to two Magic players, Jacob Wilson, three Magic players, sorry, Jacob Wilson, Ben Stark, and Stanislav Sivka, the guy who originally got me into chess. And and of course we know Jacob and Ben got back to me and have been helping to balance the set and to work on the game. But Stanislav, the offer's still out there, man. If you're listening, if you're tuning in, come join the champions team, man. I know that you're a deep thinker. You love chess. You've revolutionized modern format in Magic by building your eggs strategy, and we'd love to have you over here. Open offer. All right, let's see. So, uh,
What about the BSV?
yeah, how about it?
I'm sure our viewers like what's going on in BSV. Well, we were the biggest gainer over the last few days, but today we are the biggest loser in all of
Yeah.
it.
So
Yeah,
what's it lost now?
we're just down 10% or whatever, back to
And
49.
okay, all
But
right.
something may be a brewing for you BSV supporters out there.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
How have
you,
your conversations gone with like your, normal friends and stuff like that that you discuss BSB with? Do they get it? Are they confused? What's the conversation mostly like?
no, I mean, yeah. Well, they got it at the beginning. It goes on, and the price goes down and down and down. Then no one believes. So when you're sitting there telling them the same thing, and all it's done is go down, it's like, are you really this much smarter than everyone, or you're wrong? So get that, but it gets to the point where, like, yeah, if you don't have any BSV, then I just like won't talk to you anymore. So it's like a friend tax. Like if you want to continue to be friends, like you need to have one BSV for me.
Yeah. So do you think that you're going to the Citadel, like one of these days when BSV moons, like you and all of your friends, you'll be the Citadel, the meme, like, like the ones on the top of the pyramid, right?
Well, I hope so, man. I don't know. The pyramid, it's gonna get crazy. Yeah, it's just like really, you need a whole coin, man. You're not gonna run into people who have a one whole coin, dude. That's what's important.
Yeah. Yeah. So talk to me a little bit about too the Ready Player One. Was Ready Player One does your love for something like BSV, do you see it being like a, you know, like like a merger, or does it play into this idea of like a Ready Player One world, or do you see them separate, or is it like the money for the new digital world? What's going on with that?
Yeah, I mean, Ready Player One doesn't really get into the currency and all of that stuff of that world particularly, but a lot of things that happen in that movie with like the different cars for the races and skins and uh, car drivers from one, the candy little girly candy game come and race in the other type of game. All of that is, I mean, possible using this BSV thing. So yeah, it's one of my favorite movies. Everyone gets off of work, they're living in this like shitty world, and then you go and you enter the oasis in this virtual reality world, and yeah, I mean it's something that's definitely possible, and like using blockchain or BSV or any of those things. So yeah, that's definitely something I'm excited for.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. And you mentioned BSV before, but you're not a BSVer. You're a Bitcoiner, you just want to see Bitcoin succeed and whatever the format that enables it to succeed the best and the to its truest potential. Like I don't think that you really care what it's called as long as it delivers on the original value that it represents, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really even care if it's Bitcoin or not. I mean, it can be just like blockchain. Like
Sure.
blockchain itself solves so many issues. It's just like, yeah, what blockchain, can actually do these things. And yeah, I've been around since Bitcoin was the only one, and then it went into Ethereum, and then now here we are today when there's 30,000 different coins, and no one could ever find, blockchains this convoluted like mess of crypto and shit rather than an actual technology. Um, but yeah, there it provides a lot of value for things, and yeah, I think it's the only way to like take the world to like the next level. The internet was the last one. I guess probably AI is somewhere in there too, is like this revolutionary thing. But I still think like even like blockchain blows, the potential like market cap out of even AI. I mean, blockchain. I think this is a one time thing. This will happen for like the human species, and then there's not going to be something like this again. Money changes one more time, and then that's how it's going
Set.
to be. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean it's really powerful when you think of it like that, especially like, you know, the potential to maybe last thousands of years, et cetera. Like for example, gold. Gold's been money for 5,000 years. It really only stopped being money back in the 70s, and so it has like a 5,000 year history of being money. What if maybe blockchain is this new digital era of the five. It has another run of the next 5,000 years. The previous ones were gold. The next 5,000 is a blockchain based money. So
Yeah, and gold, had its own issues as well. I mean, it's gold's yeah, but 5,000 years, probably even longer than that. No, there's been issues, but yeah, I always try to explain it to people like you know, uh, can outlive like Earth itself. Like if I went over and lived on Mars, and my mom was still living here, and I'm like, hey mom, I need some pizza money. I can just give her like my Bitcoin address, and she can, there's a satellite up there. She can send me $20 for a pizza
hmm
over on Mars or really wherever you're at. I mean, it's you know, a massive like leap forward in finance and all of that, and yeah, even interplanetary things like that. I see a future there. I could get this blockchain running on some satellites, and then even what happens here on Earth doesn't matter.
Mm. Yeah. What about for you, just in terms of cultural entertainment and memes? Where do you fall on like the early kind of Mars, like Total Recall movies and stuff like that, where they're memeing moving to Mars, and now we see that that's actually happening. Are those some movies that you enjoyed watching when you were growing up?
No, I used to work in like the environmental sector, so I like hate the idea of moving to Mars. It's like you move to Mars, and like we're not, everything's different on Mars. Our human beings were, you know, literally designed to like live here on this planet. So it's like that we would just try to like, this is like a utopia, really. So we're not going to be able to go create that. Uh, just a lot of things change when you go over to Mars, and it just seems ridiculous that we just like give up on this and we just like go try to like rebuild from scratch. And none of that is anything that'll happen in my lifetime, my son's lifetime. It'll take so long. Seems like, yeah, just I don't know. It's why the fuck would you want to go live on Mars?
Yeah,
We
when
got
you already
water
have.
outside. Like I live up here in the mountains. Like literally, this planet is like heaven for human beings.
Yeah, it is pretty funny when you like see these, photos of these other planets and they're just totally desolate, like nothing going on, totally boring, completely dry, arid, like, and
Wow, there's
uh
water
and then
there. So
Yeah, then you just look at like a picture of like Thailand or something, just like this beautiful blue skies, white clouds, like, coconuts growing out of every single like crevice in the ground, like, yeah, we kind of somehow we're pretty lucky.
this is the spot.
Yeah, but just that you mentioned environmental. So what was your interest in the environment, and is there a correlation, or how can blockchain help
Yeah.
with environmental issues?
Yeah, my close family and friends hate me because literally everything I'll just like somehow well blockchain solve this or whatever. Like you even get into like the energy sector and I mean I was dealing with like acid mine drainage from like coal mining and things like that. So it's like polluting the waters. Even things verifiable data of what was being mined there, how much is leaching into water, and having that in a place that you can trust the data coming out of it, because these big coal companies and things like that are just incentivized to change that data or not make it easily accessible. And there's a lot of nightmares situations like happening there. But yeah, I mean, blockchain, that's why I think it's much bigger than AI. It literally touches everything that we've created, can like somehow utilize like blockchain. Even AI itself, AI is should utilize the blockchain going forward. When you can put data on chain so cheap where it doesn't matter, you should track everything. Get into the situation of like, yeah, like you're going to buy a microwave in 20 years and it's going to come loaded with $1 of Bitcoin on it. And it's going to track every time you open it. It's going to track in, when, how long you cooked that burrito for. Insurance will use it. And it's like, oh, we had a robbery over here. Like, was it you? And it's like, no, like, look here on the blockchain. Like I was using my microwave at 2 a.m. like the same time that robbery happened. Like it wasn't me. It gets crazy. You're buying a refrigerator that comes loaded with Bitcoin on it, and egg farmers or people interested in that will would like access to like your refrigerator data, and you potentially can make money now off of your refrigerator by selling how many eggs you go through a week, giving that data directly to these companies and things like that. I think, yeah, the world, it gets crazy. A lot of things I don't like about it, but I just see it coming, and it seems inevitable, and the benefits just massively outweigh the negatives of like being true. Who wants their microwave tracked like when you opened it? Like, yeah, but like why not? It's so cheap to do it. It's just like here's all the benefits you can get out of it. Like, sorry that like you don't like it. Small little generation of people can just stick to the old microwaves that aren't connected to the blockchain. But in 100 years, like everything's about to be connected to the blockchain.
Yeah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, because I saw that there was, I think you mentioned this, but there was something going on with like um like the water in West Virginia or something, that like the coal companies
Yeah.
were putting some sort of like pollutants into the water, and and that's stuff that when you put those types of pollutants down into the like that layer of soil, etc., it's not like those that just like washes away with like rain, that tends to sort of stick around. So
And
I think
yeah,
it was getting into the
perpetual.
drinking water.
Yeah, literally. So they're sawing off the tops of mountains, and then they dig a giant crater to get all the coal. So now you're left with this big pit, and then they're like, okay, there's no more coal here. So they leave, whatever. They put up a $50,000 bond for remedians, but that hole fills up with water. And because they disturbed the soil that took thousands of years to like build that way, the water just turns slightly acidic, and then it starts going into like little streams and stuff. The crawdads and little things that get eaten by the frogs. They have high levels of iron and stuff in them, and it just like starts concentrating itself like up the food chain to where a hawk that's eating, the frogs and or the trout and fish that are in those streams, but the eagles, and it's concentrated in these like large species. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
scary, but yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
obviously life is really able to adapt. That's the one thing that life is really good at. But then what you're having is all of this, like these life forms are thinking, "Oh, I just have to get good at like processing all of this acid." So it's actually changing the biology of organisms because they don't realize that this might, just be like, maybe if you can figure out how to solve it, maybe it only be a couple years that this is becoming a problem, right? But life is already thinking of,
yeah,
okay, how do I re-engineer
exactly.
stomachs to be able to, to be able
Stomachs,
to.
but like a lot of it's like, yeah, different algae and things can like thrive in like those situations. So like they start taking over the stream, and then yeah, that's affecting all the other things. It's a nightmare of an issue. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and speaking of, just if we think about streams themselves, right? There's just, even if you don't talk about the issues of the actual, pollutants from the coal and stuff like that are coming in, and and the acidity, but streams are really delicate ecosystems just to begin with, because even if you put like, they always try to tell you like, don't, be very careful like that no barnacles from your boat from a different stream enter this stream, right? Because they're such delicate ecosystems that if just even a life form shows up that isn't supposed to be in that stream, it can completely wreak havoc all the way down the food chain, so.
yeah, like the water tables and everything is crazy. How far water reaches and stuff. I mean, I live in the Rocky Mountains. There's literally like 10 minutes up the road, like all rainwater that lands on this side of the mountain like goes into the rivers and it starts heading east, and then all the water that rains on the other side of the mountains all going into the streams and everything, and eventually makes its way to the Pacific Ocean. So these yeah, pollution and things like that. They can start far away. It can be happening here in Colorado, and then affect things in the Atlantic Ocean on the East Coast. And I mean, it just goes on for nonstop, 24/7, 365.
And they call that zone that you're talking about, that is the Great Divide, is that correct?
Yep.
It's the Great Divide. So yeah, the water running from, and it's pretty close to you, isn't it just a few miles from you or something?
Yeah, I think it's just right in Rocky Mountain National Park. So yeah, like
Mm.
15 minutes away.
Yeah, so okay, digging in a little bit deeper, what do you feel about the Colorado River, and what's your thoughts on water in general, just in terms of, because I think, the Colorado River goes all the way to LA, right? But every town along the way they're using it for their drinking water, right? Um so what do you feel about, like, eventually does that deplete or exhaust the river itself, and what are the consequences of that? Or do you think cities like LA and like Phoenix and all these other places that are pulling water out of that river, do you think that that's a wise move?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm against all. I mean, pulling the water out, whatever. It's like, yeah, I mean, we're definitely heading down the path of not having any fresh water. I mean, within a couple hundred years and all things like that. And yeah, as far as like you know, diverting rivers and taking our water, like just where I live in Fraser Valley, this river 50 years ago used to be, I don't know, who was it, like Dwight D. Eisenhower's like favorite place to come and fly fish, and it was like this big, robust river, you know, and now like 80% of the river water is being diverted and sent down to Denver, and the river has suffered and it's lower, and that makes the water warmer and problems living in there. And it's like, no, much like, if there's not enough water in Denver for people to live, I think people should live somewhere else. Like, the solution isn't take it from this river that's been being built for millions and millions of years and doing all this stuff, and then some people just decide like, there's a bunch of water up there, like let's just like send it over here, like like with some pipes and shit. Like, that seems ridiculous, but it's been
Yeah.
happening all over the world, and just
I mean,
where.
like, imagine this is kind of a bad metaphor, but imagine that I'm your neighbor, and I'm on I'm on whatever. I'm on the south side of you or something. And so, I decide that I want more sunlight on my property or something. So I build this like 100-foot high like wall that's like a giant mirror just because like I
Yeah.
use like sunlight to bake like coffee beans like when I'm roasting them, right? But I'm diverting all of that natural resource away from you by building this massive system, and it negatively impacts you. Yeah, so I
Now
agree with you.
medical
I think
garden
it's
size, and yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like it's crazy. There's not a good solution, but like you said, if people want to, the other thing that really, there's a lot of awareness campaigns that are going on out there that are trying to teach people, like, hey, maybe living out here in a desert environment, you shouldn't have a lush green lawn, like as if you were like, this isn't
yeah,
Cape Cod. You know what I mean? Like this is an arid environment. There's no reason why you need a sprinkler system. But the thing is that we have all of these, like, companies now, like that, like they want to put on the facade, right? They want to say, hey, we're out here in one of the tech capitals of the world. Amazon, IBM, Ball Aerospace, they're all out here, and we want to look like we belong. We want a big, nice green lawn in front of our office buildings, etc. But like you said, it's just mismanagement of resources. And actually, if you would just adhere to the local natural environment instead of trying to artificially create some ridiculous lush green lawn in an arid environment, I think it would be a better signal to people to say, hey, look, come buy our products. We're wise enough to understand the importance of water conservation.
yeah, and it's just not properly being paid for by the people are putting up money to like save some of these things and like think that they're covering the cost, but when it's like a perpetual issue that goes on for thousands and thousands of years, like they're not anywhere close. So it's just like we're all paying the cost, and it's just not been realized yet. It's just on a much larger time scale. In the last 40 or 50 years, things have gotten crazy. We've done way more damage than the last 5,000 years before that. So
Hmm.
it's like speeding up to a point where likely we're like in like about to have a high speed crash at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I really understand where you're coming from in terms of seeing the value that the blockchain represents. It's obviously not just a catch-all solution, just no matter what the problem is, just put blockchain on it and it solves it, right? But it does form a piece of the solution where
Yeah.
you get to at least say, okay, well, just because we're tracking the data about the pollutants that are entering the water system, that doesn't mean that they stop entering, right? But at
Oh,
least we can make a logical, rational decision about how to do that, and we can have accurate data. Because the thing is that I think that human beings, when you present them accurate data, they oftentimes will arrive at the correct solution, right? That we're intelligent people, but one of the easiest ways to prevent the correct solution from being arrived at is actually to present false or misleading data. We saw that with the tobacco industry and all types of stuff like that. So I really, really see where you're coming from with the importance and the value that the blockchain represents in terms of solving these other overarching problems that we face as a human
yeah.
society, and maybe we're not up to solving them, you know.
Maybe not.
But
Yeah. It's just like, it touches all these things. Like you just wouldn't like off the first, when you learn about blockchain, you're not immediately like, how can this solve the environment or help the environment? But it can. It just like seems like, you know, uh, yeah, there's just so many issues that it can touch on that it seems like this is the next best step for like civilization in general, is to like implement this technology and it'll just like slightly improve thousands, millions of things. And there's many technologies like that come along. But yeah,
yeah,
let's. We got the finals here. Like, what game are we on? Let's get back
we're on
in.
game two. Yeah, we are watching Jaden Global face off against Zix on the bottom of the screen. uh Zix is 7 cards in hand compared to 5. He leads off with a stone. For both players are really not pressuring life totals right now. It's more about card advantage and long-term value. 2 for 1ing your opponent, so using one of your cards to destroy or to get rid of two of your opponents. Those are a little bit more important, I feel, than pressuring the life total, because both players playing a little bit of a longer strategy. Jaden is one game up currently. We are in game 2. We saw what Zix just did. This has been a popular strategy. He was able to use a stone fur. They're a little bit less prevalent, these earthquake cards, in the Gen 2 format, but then he was able to use Mechwing to return the stone fur back to his hand for use at a later point. So it gives this dual utility. And now we see a double attack likely from the Snow Gaze and then the Stone Fur. Again, both players content to ignore life totals for the time being, really trying to establish and carve themselves out as the better long late game deck. Now, if I have to pick the better late game deck, I'm going to choose Zix. He has those provoke cards in his deck that can help him benefit in long term games. However, for example, we just saw last turn Zix played out the Gnarler, which is a very good late game card, but it was answered immediately by Jelly. And if you think killing a Grumble with your Fangs is fun, try killing the Jelly or the Gnarler with your Jelly. You add a 4/3 to the board and kill an 8/8 with Aegis Shield. You just feel like, you know,
Yeah.
like you,
The
like
Hydro
you,
Blast.
yeah. So there we see a Magma Claw coming down from Jacob, and it does take out the Snow Gaze, leaves the Frasetti. We see a Frozen Mechwing, and now on 3 mana, Jacob, you typically a very careful, efficient player when it comes to mana. Likely looking to play something down. Could it be another Mechwing returning the Magma Claw? It was a Snowbeak. That Snowbeak trades directly with the Frasetti and a pass back to Jaden. Also on 9 mana now. Just for the record, I asked the Lord himself how he felt about Total Recall. Wasn't a popular one back in the Lord's day, but that was one that I really enjoyed growing up. Total Recall, I think I heard something along the lines of like, well, I think is a Philip K. Dick adaptation. So Philip K. Dick also very, very instrumental to the development of the Matrix storyline. But I think Total Recall, like a second film, was also based on Total Recall. Of course, Blade Runner also based on Philip K. Dick novels. Were you a reader growing up? No, not much. Video game player, right?
Blade Runner. So,
You did like Blade Runner?
yeah.
Yeah, you like, because Interstellar, that's like space themed, isn't it?
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. You got to quit bringing up Interstellar till you watch it, dude.
No.
It's like somebody brings up Interstellar, and then you just don't. I don't know.
Yeah,
And
I'm not
you
allowed.
can't just watch it one time. Like you'll just not even know what's going on. Like
Okay.
it gets. Yeah, it's like a mind bender, dude. At the end.
You know what would be a cool ability on a future card? Imagine if when it attacks, it also see how like the fangs just did -2, -2. Imagine that every time it attacked, instead of just doing the damage to the health, it also like lowered the attack. You know. So
What,
if you
like every
attack,
turn?
like if you attacked a 4/4 with a 2/2, currently it would remain a 4/2, so its attack doesn't get changed, only its health does. But imagine if the attack actually lowers the health too, so like,
Yeah,
becomes like a 2/2 or something.
yeah.
Could be
Or
cool.
I like the mechanic also of like some sort of poison or something where it's like every turn, like it's going down one until it's gone. Like
Yeah. Yeah, I like that ability too. All right, so it is the passed back to Jaden Global. We're seeing Zix having 10 cards in his library, Jaden
Why,
with
why do
13.
you think Jacob Wilson went with the alphabet backwards for his name?
I don't know. He mentioned that on Magic Online it goes all the way to the letter A because they allow him to have a larger, longer.
Oh, did we cut him off?
What?
Did we cut him off?
I think so. I'm not
Yeah,
100% sure, but
a lot of people go with the QWERTY. I took the time
wow.
to do the alphabet backwards, so
Yeah.
it's
Wow,
not
look
just
at that double earthquake and then followed
oh
up with Jaden's earthquake. I think that, not many players are like a good match for Jacob. It's saying like, there's not many basketball players that are a good match for
with LeBron James.
LeBron James exactly, but Jaden Global is a really good match against Jacob because typically what happens is you try to you don't try to beat Jacob at his own game, right? You just acknowledge the fact, okay, he's going to be better at that strategy than me. So I at least have to try to find a different strategy and maybe I'll get lucky with that. But that's sort of what he wants you to do. But I feel like what Jaden is doing is just playing him card for card at his own strategy, and it's worked well. He's winning right now.
Yep. Like it's not a bad strategy. Just like try to outdraw Jacob.
Right. Yeah, and be the better long game, late game deck. We saw multiple games with Jaden against Brodnick going all the way down. Both had 0 cards left in their library, and look at this. Jacob has 7 cards left to draw from. So he has to he has to kill Jaden from 41 with uh the remaining 10 cards that are in his hand in his library. I always feel like it can't get done, and then like for example, last game against with Jaden against Brodnick, I thought Jaden wouldn't be able to do it. It just looked impossible to me. But what you have with these really great technical players like Jaden and like Zix, you have people who just refuse to give up. They refuse to say it's impossible, and then there you go. You find a little crack, and you you
Yeah, it
get an
happens a lot.
advantage.
Just when you get down at the end or like your health, you've got to. It looks like you're not going to make it, but there's always just like a little seam for you. Like everybody thinks there is. Like, oh, there's a way out. Even if you've got 50 health, you've got 7. You're like, all right, like you still take 60 seconds on your turn timer trying to like think of every possibility to get out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I always think the last ditch thing is like, okay, my opponent's laptop could die. Like literally
Yeah,
because I've had that
wipe
happen,
this
I'm
out.
like, I guess there's still like the very small chance that my opponent's laptop could die. Oh, by the way, we're playing each other in the in
Oh
fantasy
no,
right now.
I don't think I set my lineup. I'm so bad at that. Miles Sanders.
Yep. Yeah. You can't give me this free win. You got to replace
Uh,
Miles Sanders. Take
I
him off
got
your
it.
bench, man. He's on your bye.
It's replaced.
Who'd you put in place? Jarek McKinnon?
Hi,
What?
Mitchell.
Elijah Mitchell? Oh, you're going double San Francisco running backs on me?
Throw them both in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of want to go. The Chiefs brought back Nicole Hardman. We traded him to the Jets or whatever, and then they cut him or something. So we just got him back for this week. I feel like, the Chiefs fans love Nicole. He won a Super Bowl
Yeah.
with us, so I feel like sneaky first touchdown scorer this week. Uh,
Miko
Nicole Hardman. Crazy
and around.
odds. $10 will win you like 300, four hundred
Yeah.
dollars.
Yeah. Do you like those long odds game matches, or do you like the 60-40 flips?
Everybody likes the long odds.
Yeah. Not me, man. I'm like I can't deal with it. It's too stressful for me.
Yeah. We got the Patriots going up 10-0 against the Bills.
What's the biggest like, you know, spike, like $1 to win whatever that you've ever had? Have you gotten to like a 300 to 1 or
Yeah, I've gotten some crazy ones. My biggest one ever is, yeah, like I used to play online poker back in the day when it was legal. I got, yeah, 15,000 off like 20 grand, 20 bucks or something.
wow. Wow. And so what would that have been? Was that like a bad beat jackpot that you hit
I got
or
second place in like, yeah, one of those big online
oh, okay.
tournaments.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Gotcha. That's cool. So what's your game in poker? Is it Hold'em, No Limit
Texas
Hold'em,
Hold'em.
or
Yeah,
yeah? Do you have any other games? Do you like any of the other?
yeah. Try to just stick to poker.
Yeah. How about craps or blackjack or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I mean I'll play it all.
Yeah. If it's a wager, you'll take it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Did you see that Phillies game?
Yeah, we got the Phillies tomorrow,
Yeah.
right? They
Yeah.
play tomorrow at home.
Yep.
What game is it? Game 6.
Game 6, yeah. So we are tuning back in. This is Zix did win that game 2 of our finals event. And now we see a Boopa Snoot followed by a Cutie Bug. The Cutie Bug, I just love that name. It's probably my favorite name in the whole game. Boopa Snoot's good too, but come on, Cutie Bug, let's go. I feel like when I'm talking about my wife when I say that. Like it's like a term of endearment. The little cutie bug comes onto the battlefield, gives a life bloom. Yeah, so I did the party bus last night, and I was thinking, I should start doing like an announcement, just letting everyone know, like, hey guys, just a heads up, this bus is partially sponsored by championstcg.com. If you have a few minutes, check that out on your phones. Put up a QR code, scan it right here, buy some
Yep.
packs, and I'll earn referral fee from it or something like that.
Make you
Be
some
cool.
party bus skins or something.
Yeah, yeah, like get Barry driving the bus. I would not get on that bus, bro.
No,
Barry is scary as hell, man.
who's the bus driver? Gen 2.
Who's the what?
Who's the bus driver champion from Gen 2, dude?
Oh yeah,
Who would you
Barry. It's
want?
gotta be Barry.
Barry?
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Back in the day when we were playing, like a lot of like Quake 2 and some of the online games and stuff, the bus driver, that was like my cousin's name. Me and him used to we were like, there was like teams back in the day. You would put your team like handle in the brackets or something like that. Down comes Ignasteel, takes out the Snow Gaze, attack for 2. So that sneaky Boopasnoot can get in some real damage, and doesn't look like Jacob has the Woofa. Ocho comes down, trades with Ignasteel, but Ignasteel did its job, was able to 2 for 1. Fangs gets the Snoot off the field, pass back to Jacob, drops the business. One of my
What's the
favorite
score
cards.
right now? 1-1?
1-1, yeah. And this is a best of 5 for our viewers out there, so keep that in mind. We are okay. So business drops this, and then a Snow Cub. Again, these Snow Cubs, they're such great cards in this meta, but the meta already shifting to account for them by playing a few more Hydroblasts. We know Jaden Global is a big fan of that Hydroblast, especially with the varying. There it is. The Hydroblast trades immediately with the Snow Cub. It's one of the worst feelings. See, it's the only thing that's worse is the Gnarler. because the Gnarler has the shield. And there goes the cutie bug, buffing up the jelly. The cutie bug buffing the jelly. Yeah, not a sentence that I was planning on ever having to say. Yeah, so you heard that um that making an offer is live soon on both Ordinal's Wallet and Handcash. So that's
I
pretty
think it's
exciting.
live on Handcash right now.
That's great.
Let me see. I think Alex told me that. UI updated to show offers.
Wow.
I don't see it though. I'm on here.
Slice comes down and then Speedy able to take out the bug. You don't see it, okay.
Yeah, maybe you know how to do it.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look.
Let's see. The tournament
By the
edition. Let's offer.
By the way, we'll take a quick look at the X.com. We are broadcasting live to X.com. See if there's any questions. If you have a question for us, reach out.
Lamar got the first one, and then now you just do that one.
Yeah, I don't see an offer. Oh, maybe I'm not logged in here.
Oh, what is up with this Glimmer Chonk?
Yeah. That's a first signature series card.
Amazing. One lucky person will win a Glimmer Chonk.
No, everyone who enters the Japanese tournament, I believe, is going to get one of those. So,
Oh, okay. So this
anyone is
Crypto Beauty.
interested.
Yeah. Crypto Beauty 2090 has the Hydrofang as the profile picture. That must be like a super fan or something.
Yeah, I'm not seeing this offers. How to do it, so on Handcash at least.
Yeah, I noticed, by the way, that we had a streamer live on Twitch. That streamer was named TPG, True Pain Gaming, TCG. I watched it. It was hilarious. Did you watch any of this stream?
Yeah. Well, I didn't catch all of it, but no, I watched some of it. Yeah.
He is so funny. He's like me. So the thing is that when I play these games, I get so emotionally invested in them. You know, like I can see him. He's playing Nicholas, and he's like, "Please, Nicholas, don't kill this creature." You know, he was like begging
Yeah.
on stream to like, he's like, "If you're watching this stream, man, just let my creature live, please." I'm like, "Bro, this guy is literally me." He's just like, you know. He's
Yep.
just being like, that's exactly what every gamer feels when they when they want something to survive. But like, so it just made me laugh. Like the guy is like real as it comes. I'm excited to see. Is he gonna keep streaming? What's going on with his schedule?
Yeah, we got to deal with him for like 6 months. So
Wow,
we're
that's
about to
awesome.
start bringing. Yeah, I mean anybody who's like looking to get into streaming or a streamer of any trading card games, like hit us up. Like we're paying. We can pay hourly or get on some contract basis. But yeah, we're interested in like live streams and then just clipping your content, creating some short form stuff for us out of those streams. We also, yeah, we're more than happy to like sponsor some people that want to pack breaks. If anyone's interested in creating some content and clipping some pack breaks, we're open to all that. But yeah, the marketing is going to be ramping up here over the next couple weeks. So we'll see if we can get a bunch of new players here or not.
That's awesome. That's awesome. One thing that I noticed players were asking for, I wanted to see if you had an update on this. Some players were asking to actually be able to play ranked matches in varying formats. So maybe like, combined formats or only exclusive Gen 2 formats? Because a lot of these players like Jaden Global, who we're seeing in
Oh
this
yeah.
finals match, he has a great Gen 2 collection, but he gets, a little bit outclassed by some of these Gen 1 cards. So I noticed
Yep.
in a recent update there was a drop down. Now, currently, it still only allows you to play standard, but is there anything in the mix for being able to play some ranked matches in these different formats?
Yeah, that should be live here soon. Yeah, no,
Okay,
it
great.
gives you multiple things to grind. It's going to create 2 different leaderboards that you can like work your way up. 2 different airdrops will come. Uh, but yeah, I think initially it's just going to be an all cards format and then a Gen 2 format. So that will
That's
be
awesome.
coming along with, we've begun tracking all of the stats like in games, how much, you know, it's pretty generic right now, but soon when you end a game, that end of game screen will show things like, how much, bless that you did that game, or how much life bloom, how much earthquake damage, all that stuff's being tracked. And that will allow us to do some cool rewards and, allow these quests that you may have seen on the home screen. We're going to start having daily quests that, get you more XP and things like that. All that should be coming here like ASAP, hopefully this week.
Okay. So now for the ultimate question, you're watching the screen right now, right?
Yeah.
All right. Have you seen this the tracking of the metrics and the abilities and stuff like this? Have you seen this?
Yeah.
How the heck can you read this? Do you know what any of this
No,
data
dude.
means?
Like, Mazza thinks like everyone can read this or something, so he like posts it like, fucking A, bro, look at this, and I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, he keeps
Yeah.
posting it, and everyone just like reacts with like thumbs up and flames, but I don't think anyone knows what the hell that is showing other than him.
It's so great though. I love it. It's like Galaxy Brain. Like
Like,
Maz's
boom.
Galaxy Brain is like,
Yeah.
like a 10 out of a 10 or like an 11 out of 10. And he
Yeah.
just showing it to me. I'm like a chimpanzee. I'm like, bro, like
Yeah. Like,
I
you
don't
need to
get
give
it.
me a
Is it
breakdown.
good? Is it bad? Are we gonna?
Good.
Is
Yeah. It's like just the different abilities. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we need to like he needs to throw that in Chat GPT and be like, explain this to like a
for an
chimpanzee, and
idiot?
then post that into the chat for us.
Explain this to someone like they're 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
Well,
announcers of these tournaments, that's us. Like,
Mazda, the engineer, is an absolute beast, man. This guy is insane. As we were talking with Jacob Wilson earlier this week, and he said, Magic Online. First of all, they have $6 billion in profit last year. They've been together. They've put this product together for 5 years. Every single day, their players ask them for the ability to spectate. The reason why we're able to watch this game right now, this finals match, is because of this spectatability. They still haven't launched it, and Mazda did it in like a weekend.
it's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not a dev myself, but I've worked with a lot of devs, and like even just like when Mazak, even when you're putting him in a group of like world class developers, like the speed at which this guy can like do things, like it seems like it's like 24/7. It's like unbelievable tasks that would like take a team of developers like weeks, like he just like can do in like 3 hours.
Yeah,
uh,
I was thinking of it the
it
other
works.
day. I think he could legitimately be like the dev for like all of Amazon Web Services or something
Yeah,
like that. Like he could be the dev, like the back end engineer for like literally any Fortune 100 company that he wanted to be, and he's just like building this game just for the
he just
lulz.
like
You know what I mean?
literally is in a fucking like shack with like a window air conditioning unit in Perth, Australia. There's like nothing outside, and he just like sleeps and works like and has like no access to the outside world. He was like, an aboriginal creature with a computer,
Just
like an
slinging
alien.
back VB long necks.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Like a meteor came down, or like a UFO crashed in Perth, and like Mazza like got some special like Yeah, like abilities or something.
Yeah, his like work desk just has a machete on the front of
Yeah,
the table, like a laptop and a machete.
and a barbecue. Like
Yeah,
that's
when
all
he's
he's got.
hungry, he just runs out back and like spears a kangaroo.
But yeah,
Yeah,
we're super lucky. I mean, that's huge part why the project's been successful up to this point is this like the comp of the team. Like even though we're a small team, it's like we're accomplishing a lot of things
yeah,
at
and
a
and
high speed.
Maz's based out of Perth. He said it's the most remote city in the world. I would love to get out there. It'd be cool.
Definitely, we need to make a trip down there. I mean, I looked at some pictures of the city. Like, yeah, I think it's just like far away, but it's like a legit
It's
city. I've
modern.
heard of it before.
Yeah, he said that because it's so far away from everything, that big bands like Aerosmith and stuff will come through occasionally, but that mostly it's all local bands, which is kind of cool. I'm sure it's like that for a lot of things. Like you don't get a lot of like nowadays we live in a world where everything gets shipped from, all the different places of, like the centers of industry, et cetera, centers of manufacturing. But I'm sure that a lot more things have to be localized in a place that's that remote as Perth, Australia. It's the western side of Australia, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and then New Zealand is on the eastern side, right?
of Australia.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, New Zealand's like its own island or
right.
something.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so Perth is a 5 hour flight from Sydney, Australia.
5 hours is like that's all of
That's
of
the
the
U.
U.S.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's farther than U.S.
7 hours from Auckland.
How about Hawaii? You ever been to Hawaii?
Mhm.
No, me either. I would go. All right, let's see. Stonefur coming down, cleaning things up. Jaden on 2 cards in hand. Zix down to 33. I believe we are in game 3. Wow, Magma Claw comes down and whips, but then Snowbeak cleans up the Stonefur.
Uh-oh.
Such a back and forth, and we saw this with Jaden Global last game in the semifinals. We are tuned into the finals right now. This is between Zix and Jaden Global, but we saw back and forth between Jaden and Brodnick as well. Again, I just want to show what the players are playing for today. They are playing for this gorgeous tournament edition of the Snow Gaze. And take a look at that really quick. This is the prize that they're playing for. Both players, it's one thing to really want to win your match, but it's another thing when you see a gorgeous card like that, Snow Gaze, and you just really want to take this match down. You
Especially
know?
when it's a card you use. Like both these players have a snow gaze in their uh, deck right now.
Yeah. And it's not just a Gen 2 only card, right? Okay, so we saw a backfired combustion. Zix really under the gun right now.
Looks like it's over.
We see a snoot, yep. And it is over. All right, so I believe that was game 3.
Raiden Global with the closeout match right here
Yeah.
for his
And
first
same,
weekend tournament win.
yep. And
And
same with Zix. Just like before, Zix has his back up against the wall, down 2 games to 1.
yeah, and I was like, the interesting thing about Jaden Global is he's played 0 ranked matches.
Yeah. Yeah, because he doesn't have the Gen 1 cards.
Yeah,
I mean, if he had seen the Gen 1 launch, I think he would be every bit in the running for the top slot right now. And the thing is that I think these as we continue to build Gen 2.5, Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5, etc., we're gonna see that it's going to be less and less relevant whether you have those Gen 1 cards or not. And the other thing is too, looks like G Golden joined Zix's game by accident. So they'll need to
Let's talk about the rankings.
Yeah.
Leaderboards. Dude.
Oh yeah, let me jump in and take a look at the rankings. So we'll check in on Usain Brodnick. It looks like Usain has a massive card advantage there.
Man, like people up and down the leaderboards, man. It's like vicious over there, dude. Coomer, our friend Brandon C was number 2 at one point. Like, where's he at?
He's down at 24th.
24, dude. G Golden was number 1 for a while.
Yep.
Where's he?
Yep. Now he's at 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the player that I'm most scared of, not even more than Oot, is Dozen. You ever play against Dozen?
I think I have played Dozen. Yeah.
Dozen is a beast. I think he has like multiple angels, you know, like he has like all of the Flamigwalkins, the Ooga Chiefs. Like Dozen is no joke. And like look at Oot's win rate, right? He wins 81.5% of his matches. Look at Dozen, 88.13. The only difference is that Dozen has played 59 matches compared to Oot's 103. So he's played significantly fewer matches. But out of those same matches, he's won at almost a 10% higher clip. So yeah. Dozen is one, like, I'm scared of Oot, but Dozen is like the Sasquatch to me. He's like, you just hope that you never bump into him. You know what I mean? Like,
another guy, right there. I am T-Man, man. He was grinding out. He was down there. You know, he got started. He entered ranked, wasn't doing hot, like kind of low, and then he just like rocketed up here.
Do you know if that's T38? Because I know T38 is like really into the game, but you know, T-Man. I mean, T-Man sounds like T38 to me. He's the T-Man.
What's T38's hand cash handle? T38.
Yeah, I think
Taylor
so.
Bellum or something.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I'm not 100% sure, to be totally honest.
Tay Telbaum. That's not him, right?
I don't think so. All right, we did. So that was game 3. Now we are kicking off with game 4. Zix is back against the wall.
And start for Jacob Wilson.
Good start. Yeah, he's Jaden already down to 36, so half the life total almost. Now Jaden content to play a long game, but what?
Yeah, how'd that happen?
It was Zix had an Ocho, so it must have been at least an attack from Ocho. But already with 10 attacking power on board.
He does have a Woofa in there. Didn't you say he didn't have a Woofa?
I meant left in his deck because because he had already played 2 of his Woofas, so I knew that he didn't have one remaining. Yeah, what do you think the new, you know, I guess day and age of this social media and the ability for things to go viral, where you could have a game like this that has a player base of like, 750 people, 800 people, and then just overnight could transform to a player base of 20,000, 30,000. What does that tell you as a game creator?
What, the ability of that to happen?
Yeah. Like, do you change some of your decision making?
Oh yeah.
Around how to approach that, and is that the target? Or are you trying to build slow and steady?
I mean, that's likely how it happens. I mean, with all these, so you just have to be careful, and like that's kind of, our timeline got pushed back a little bit when we had those issues. Like, you have to be ready for that moment because like it won't happen twice. So if things like your payment processing go down or the game's broken or anything like that, like you missed your chance and like not going to come back for a second time after a first bad experience. So really like building your game like in anticipation for some viral event to happen is huge. And I mean, uh, our marketing was supposed to start last week and we kind of pushed it off. We shipped these UI updates. I mean, all of that. The first impression is just like so big. So having your game like ready for that, and I think we're there. We're at a good spot now. Once we can get these quests and things going like that. But, yeah, that's like the name of the game is like overnight what happen, and then all of a sudden, you have all these eyes and players, and you've got to keep it going. So that's kind of what we're preparing for.
Yeah, it has exciting because when the game is this much fun, like with a very small player base, you don't see people play the game and then leave. You're seeing them, even though it's a small player base, you're seeing extremely active engagement with that base. That has to be really rewarding and exciting as a game developer, just in the idea that if we can just bring this to a wider market, a broader understanding, and build that out so that it's not just, you know, a small community of just enthusiasts around ordinals or just enthusiasts around BTC or hand cash, etc. But you're actually able to crack that code in terms of bringing a true uh, a true blockchain based game to a traditional market where they don't have to know that blockchain's involved. That has to be really exciting.
Yeah, no, it definitely is.
We see double business on the battlefield, a Fearon. So sometimes when your back's against the wall, you kind of have to get lucky, and you definitely, combustion is an ability that can backfire on you. We've seen that all tournament long, and when it does backfire, it gives your opponent a massive advantage. But here we are seeing a very effective use of limited resources by Zix.
Looks like a stone fairy's on the one.
I was going to say that
Oh,
too.
maybe
It
not.
looks like instead what he's doing is setting up the icicle so that he can attack it for lethal with the frog next turn. Were you always a fisher going even all the way back to your days in Kansas, or did fishing become something you enjoyed doing once you got out here to the mountains?
Oh hell no! Yeah, been a fisher my
Wow.
whole life. Yeah,
Wow.
backfired,
Ignasteel backfired,
Ignasteel.
yeah. Ignasteel. Oh, that just has to feel like this game is already chalked up. And you know what? Jaden Global sitting with the advantage there, going into just having to win one of the last two, and now looking like maybe Zix turning this
He's sitting
around.
on 15 on the board. So
Yeah, yeah. 15 on board. Now that fire end is frozen, so it won't be attacking this turn. But with Zix evening it up again, going back to that, we're going to get, and the people deserve a really great game 5 here with this two excellent players, Jaden Global and Zix. Jaden Global just passing the turn right back. That's the white flag, and it is over. Game 5 coming. What we all were hoping for. Yeah, so you've been a fisher your whole life. What type of fish were you catching in Kansas? Is it bass and stuff like that, or
yeah, they're
trout?
warm-blooded fish, and then there's cold-blooded fish. So trout, aren't in Kansas, aren't in like Lake of the Ozarks and things like that. They only live in like these cool climates and where like the rivers and stuff like that. So I've never experienced trout fishing in my life. It was always catfish and bass, crappie, all that.
A little bit like what you were talking about when we were talking about the rivers and stuff, was that water starts to diminish, the water temperature rises, and that will change the type of fish that are in there, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, exactly. Like there's only trout in the rivers up here. That's it. There's just three species, 5 different species of trout and stuff. Even in the lakes up here, it's just like lake trout. I think there might be things like that.
Yeah. And what's your favorite fish when it comes to eating a
Crappie,
crappie?
crappie. But yeah, no, trout fishing's by far the best fishing. It's like stupid like crappie and bass down and like those it seems it's like hunting these trout, man. These things are like descendants of sharks. Like, they're vicious. Like trout is just lifespan of a trout is like amazing. Like how they're working like, down rivers and stuff. I mean, live up here like near the top of the mountains, and these trout like their whole lives are spent like they go from here into the Colorado River, and super competitive shit for them, like fighting for food. And yeah, I mean, they when you're fishing for trout, you can't just like wear an orange suit and go cast your pole out there from the side. You got to like hide, be camoed up, like it's fun.
That's awesome. Obviously, they can't smell, right?
They can smell. Yeah,
Yeah.
they smell underwater. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
but they can't. Well, I guess if you're standing in the water, they might be able to smell you, right? But if you're standing
yeah.
on the side, they probably can't smell you like through the air, can they?
I don't know. I'm not. You'd have to ask a trout scientist there. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's a crazy animal.
And what are the species? So there's the brown trout, right? There's the rainbow trout. What different trout are there?
Brown, rainbow, brook trout, lake trout. Uh, yeah, I mean, then you get into like just smaller like species. There's like golden trout and stuff that are like crossovers between some of those. But yeah,
And um, and is fly fishing the only way to catch them, or can you catch
oh
them with?
no, yeah, I'm spin fishing most of the time. Fly.
Yeah.
I got a kid and stuff, so I just go out there. I got to get a little pole. I can't fly fish anymore, so I'll take a little pole, throw a spinner on it, and try to reel in a few fish for him.
My son's been fishing with some sort of Japanese pole or something. Are you aware of this model?
A Japanese pole? I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it. I don't think it has like a reel or a spinner or something. It's like just like a stick with with like a
Yeah.
line on it or something.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah, but so he's part of the Sierra Club of his school. He's in 6th grade right now. So
Cool.
they teach him how to do like traditional Japanese fishing and stuff. Pretty
Oh
cool.
yeah, dude. It's the amount of kids and stuff. Like my little nephews and things like that. Like fishing's not cool anymore. It kind of like died out. Everyone's got iPads and shit like that. But yeah, fishing's a super valuable skill to learn, and yeah, I love it. I mean, I probably have not spent more time doing anything in my life than I've done fishing.
Hmm. So we see Jaden taking his time on this decision. Tax. Okay, so
Yeah, this is crucial.
wow, Firon taking out the stone for that would have been a big one if that one didn't land. Snow gaze to back it up. Oh, and there was a back misfire question.
That's demoralizing right there. Game 5 of the finals for $300, dude. And you just
And the snow gaze. I mean, they're like the $300 is nice, but I know both of these players, they would rather win the snow gaze than the $300. I had to guess.
yeah, just backfires on you. Like, really, man? Like, I couldn't just
Yep.
80%. I couldn't get an 80% hit there.
Yeah, and you can see that the backfire has a ripple effect because now the Furon, which should have been off the board if the opposing Furon had not misfired, now that's there, so the cryo slice is able to freeze, and then there's an able to be an attack. and follows it up with an Ignis steal, passing back. So it looks like Jaden interested in being the beatdown strategy here. We'll see how that plays out. Another backfired
Oh,
combustion from
the
Zix.
chances of that happening. So it's like what, 1 in 5. So that's a
That's a 20%
four.
chance, and then it's another
Well,
1
times
in
two,
5.
yeah. So it's a 4%
Yeah,
ish, something around there of the chances of you back to back backfiring.
yeah,
So not Jacob Wilson's lucky day.
no,
Yeah, dude. That's I started out with them all, and that happened to me one too many times, and then he's just like rubbing it in his face right now, like throwing
yeah,
his down and just like crushing him with it. It's
yeah.
just
Fires perfectly.
yeah, dude. He
Yeah,
needs Jacob Wilson's gonna have to go take a walk after this and like reconsider everything.
yep, yep.
It's the double backfire on him. Okay.
Okay, so down comes.
We got a hydroblast here. We'll end it.
Yep. Then yeah, that'll just feel like sometimes. Okay, so fangs on Boopa Snoots, not a hydroblast, but what about Baba seeing the light of day? You've been a Baba Maxi, haven't you?
I was a Baba. That was the first card. Like when I saw the new set, that I was like a maxi on. Like, oh shit, Baba's the.
You bought like hundreds of Babas, right?
I don't know if I have. I have a lot. Whatever. I don't. I've never sold a card. I have a
Yeah.
lot of Babas. I think I bought some at the beginning. It's a good card.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Just like you got to make cuts. So to get down to 35, it's just like hard. He just like doesn't make it.
Yep. Here comes
Yeah,
Amy.
Took me like a week to go back after you just destroyed me that one night. Those 2 days in a row, you were just beating me down. I was lost. I dropped like 30th, and now I've just been grinding my way up.
Yep.
Waiting
so
to find
fangs,
you again.
and then a Boopa Snoot. So a very, very difficult, but we've seen Zix, come back from crazier positions. He has done this before. This is his MO. He does take an attack down to 12. And then double speedy, so it looks like maybe not likely to happen now. Woofa evolves, drawing a card, 8 mana left. Stonefur can trade straight up with the Frostwing.
Oh, he's got to have a snow cub in there. It's over.
Or double Snow Cub. But Snow Cub isn't even... Yeah,
He
I
already
guess it would be
lost
good right now.
Well, yeah. The only way to stop him from getting hit in the face in about 15 seconds.
Yep. So...
Damn.
You could also have, another Earthquake. Could be in the order. Or double Earthquake. Although that's unlikely.
This is that time, like look how long he's thinking. Like there's still a way out, you think. It's 56 to 6. 4 cards on the deck, and like, Jacob's been doing this a long time. So
Yep. Jacob put himself through college by playing TCGs.
yeah.
In fact, he at a certain point he had to stop playing competitive play. Oh, he has the Cryo Slice and the Speedy. So a very effective turn. Was able to mitigate it somewhat. Let's see how Jaden navigates this turn. So Houston taking down third. We just saw. All right. Now we see a Stonefur of his own from Jaden. Bringing the Frostwing down to 1.
That's kind of good. Going today.
Looks like an Evolved Gnarler that does draw a card. Cryo Slice, a 7/4. Fangs gets rid of the Frostwing, and out comes the Snow Cub. We see Cryo Slice taking out the Ice Cube. Jacob not dead on board. That there's 3 mana left. A Mechwing could be good. What else could be good? Maybe. And it was a Mechwing. And what did he return? He returned the Fangs. Two cards in hand for Jacob, 4 for Jaden. Jaden. Oh, it's
There
over.
it is.
The
Wow.
jelly.
He was
I don't
just
think
sitting
you're
there
ready
that whole time
for
while he
this
was
jelly.
waiting. Yeah. He wasn't
Yep.
ready for the jelly.
No. So we have our winner, and
Congratulations to Jaden Global. Been grinding
congratulations.
custom games. He's active in the Discord.
Yep. Great player. Technical.
Wow.
I think also plays with a lot of courage, and moxie. He's not playing timidly. He's playing to win, and that is an important part about playing these games. You can't play. You have to play aggressively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just
Jaden Global, congratulations. You are our victor. He gets the GGs from Jacob Wilson in the chat. Classy.
Yep. Congratulations. Jaden Global, Jacob Wilson, thanks for coming in. Looks like you get the Berserker, which nobody seems to want, but
Well, it's now it's going to be better
yeah, it's a
because
6-6.
Berserker it got boosted. Right? Didn't it become
Yeah.
stronger?
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe people didn't want it back when it was
A
only
4.
giving +2. Now it's giving +4.
Yep, +4.
So yeah, reminder to all those out there that are listening. We do have some new streamers streaming some content. Make sure you check them out. Astral's Flame on Twitch, TPG TCG as well. Follow them on their socials. They'll be putting some more Champions TCG content out there. If you would like to be a Champions TCG creator, getting paid to play a game that you love, reach out to us in the Discord, discord.gg/Champions TCG. We'll throw you some money to crack some packs, to play some games. And a reminder, Generation-2 is available live on championstcg.com. Go there, check that out. There is a discount for the Halloween week. What is that discount, Lord?
Yeah, so all the way up until Halloween. So you have about 9 days. I don't know. We're just discounting it. $350 for a 10-pack. A 50-pack is 10% off, and then a 200-pack is 20% off. And then I think we don't offer the 1,000-pack on our website, but Hand Cash I think is adding in 25% off or something on the 1,000-pack. So Little some discounts on the cards coming up, so check that
Awesome.
out.
And what is up? Are there still some good cards out there? Is there still some Mortalises?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
they're all there. Mortalis, like the Lily, I'm just like waiting every day, like who's gonna pull that Lily, and it hasn't been done yet, So
I can't believe
every
you haven't
day that
pulled it.
passes, every day that passes, your chances of pulling that Lily get better and better.
I was thinking as on my walk home last night, like I was really doing the math. How much would it cost me to buy out the rest of Gen 2 and
Yeah,
guarantee that I pull the Lily? Like it's actually not that much. It's like 200K or something like that.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you should do that.
I was thinking of it, I was definitely thinking of it. I think it would be like I think you could probably make more than 200K out of the rest of the Gen
Yeah,
2.
if you are a
Especially if we
smart
start
player.
onboarding like
Yeah,
a much larger player base. I mean, we saw what happened with Gen 1, right? Those cards
yeah,
initially sold for $3 and then went up to thousands of dollars once they became harder to access and harder to get. The secondary market, when the cards are not on the shelves, um they definitely go up in value. So I was thinking of it, you know. Plus, I just want that white lily,
yeah.
man.
We all do. Just
I
0 mana, or is it 1 mana? Is the one in the? I don't even know.
don't know, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna open a pack right now because
What's
we're
the
live
zero
on.
mana?
Yeah, it's
I
0 mana.
actually have to hop out of here, so I just want to say thanks for having me up here. Congrats to all the winners. Yeah, well, yeah, I got tournaments running all week, so we'll see you next week. I think Brett's about to do a pack break live here, so I guess I'll hang out. Let's rip one.
Yeah, let's just rip one and then we'll watch some football. How about that? How's
All
that
right.
sound, everyone? Thanks for
Yep.
being with us on your Sunday. Tell you what, if I get the white lily in this pack, I am going to offer it uh, in an upcoming tournament. It'll be
Wow.
before the end of the year.
You
I will.
better hope you don't pull it.
All right, let's go, guys. Here we go. Okay, so let's just go Digga. So first of all, Digga just got much better. Now you could be playing this as like a 2-8 or like a 2-9 or
Wait,
something
it's
like
not
that.
updating on the screen. I'm not even seeing it. It's frozen on the market.
Oh, whoops, sorry about that. Here you go. All right, so yeah, we got Digga here.
Yeah.
Uh, again, got a lot better. Aegis and Chalice. Aegis has always been good. Infernix, Combustion good. Hydroblast. We saw Jelly win the game in this most recent tournament. That's always good. Neptiora. This one was played by Cope to great
Yeah.
success
I'll
through the
delete that
tournament.
now.
Another good Hydroblast card. Nippa, that vortex ability. Siora, beautiful card. We just saw was one of the top 8 cards. Shadow Steel. All right, I can see that it's common over there next to Shadow Steel. So I know it's not this one, but what about the next one? Is it mythic? No, it is rare. What did we get? A Synami. All right, well, if you're watching this stream right now and you want this Synami, leave your handle in the comments. I'll send it to you. I'll pick someone. Guys, thanks very much for being with us. We'll be back with you next week. And for now, I'm Manifestival. We're with the Lord himself. Guys, signing off. Have a great one.
Yep.